So we're going to open up today's executive session for the House Committee on Election Law. Representative Quayle, will you please lead us in the pledge real quick? Okay, welcome everyone. There is nothing scarier for Halloween than a meeting of the House Committee of Election Law. That's my one trick-or-treat joke for the day. After speaking with both leaders of the respective caucuses, it appears that both caucuses need a little more time to confer with each other. So I will be recessing for, Representative Lane, you good with 20 minutes? We'll be recessing for 20 minutes, so we will reconvene at 10:20. Thank you. up and immediately recess for another 3 minutes. My friends from the Democratic Caucus, I believe your ranking member is looking for you outside. So we will reconvene at 10:24. On the fly, but I'll let you look here.
All right.
So these are the motions that I have, and we're going to the highlighted stuff first.
All right. So 333.
Let's turn. Okay. Definitely not running behind today. Definitely on schedule. Everything is totally organized, ready to go. Okay, so we are going to reconvene the executive session for the House Election Law Committee. We're going to open up the executive session on House Bill 333 FN relative to changing the date of the state primary election and adding a runoff election if necessary. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien is recognized for a motion.
I'm sorry. I've got this amendment here. Is that what you're discussing?
No, I believe we're doing. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up real fast. The way we're going to do the bills today is first thing we're going to try to do is go through things that I think are going to be unanimous or are immovable. So we won't be going in the order as listed on there. We're going to go. People need to pay attention, but we're going to go through the things that I imagine we have debated furiously before. And are not going to move on. So it's obviously up to the committee if they want to change, but I haven't been doing this now for 3 years. I think I know how things are going to shake out. So we are on HB 333, which
Thank you.
are you now ready to be recognized, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes, I moved to ITL 333.
All right. There's a motion for any speaking to legislate. Representative Weary is seconding that motion.
I am.
Is there any discussion on the bill?
I think that we're going to get to this subject of the state primary election and some other bills that we have today. So that is why I think we can ITL this.
Okay.
It's wise to do so.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. Please remember, members, to turn your microphones on and then off so that we can, for those watching at home, can have the vote recorded.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Chair votes yes. And with that, HB 333 will be reported out of committee as inexpedient to legislate 20-0. Is there any objection to it being placed onto the consent calendar? Hearing no objection, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, can you please take care of the committee report? Thank you. We'll do some quick other business real fast. I should have pointed out, welcome Representatives Rafter, Osborne, and Kutab to election law. I'm sorry, I should have started off with that. That was extraordinarily rude. So welcome. We are back to 10-10, so I can stop being confused when I say something's going to be 10-10 and we only have 18 committee members. Okay, I'm going to close the House executive session on HB 333 and open up the House executive session on House Bill 387, permitting election ballots to be viewed pursuant to a right to know request. Representative Lane, you are recognized for a motion.
I move to ITL House Bill 387.
Is there a second? Representative Ward seconds. Is there any discussion on the bill?
The bill is before us was fraught with some problems, and we couldn't reach consensus on any changes. So as a result, we're going to ITL it, and if the people want to bring it back next time, please do. Thank you.
And I do believe there is a LSR that covers this subject, so we will eagerly await that as it works its way through the legislative process. Representative Grill, I'm sorry, you were wishing to speak? Oh, okay. Are there any further discussion on House Bill 387? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm? Yes. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg?
Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Wary?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes.
Representative Kutab?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward?
Yes.
Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamblett?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead?
Yes.
Representative Bay?
Yes.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Rafter?
Yes.
Representative Barry?
The chair votes yes. With that, House Bill 387 will be reported out as inexpedient to legislate 20-0. Is there any objection to it being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing no objection, Representative Lane, will you be able to handle the committee report or assign it to a member of your caucus to handle? Thank you. With that, I will be closing the executive session on House Bill 387 and opening the executive session on House Bill 395 relative to the voter's guide for constitutional amendments. Is there a motion on House Bill 395? Representative Lane, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I move to ITL HB 395.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Bohm seconds. Is there any discussion on House Bill 395? Representative Lane, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think there was support for this from both parties. The problem was that we could not reach consensus on who would draft the constitutional amendment. So we've spoken to the major sponsors and have asked and promised that we'll work to resolve this, hopefully, and bring it back again next year. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Hearing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll for House Bill 395.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg?
Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Wary?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes.
Representative Kutab?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward?
Yes.
Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamblett?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead? Representative Bay?
Yes.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Rafter?
Yes.
Representative Barry?
Chair votes yes. With that, House Bill 395 will be reported out 20-0 as inexpedient to legislate. Is there any objection to House Bill 395 being placed onto the consent calendar? Hearing none, House Bill 395 will be placed onto the consent calendar, and I will close the executive session on House Bill 395. And I guess Representative Lane, do you want to be recognized?
Yes. Thanks. Do you want to do a report on that? Or is
You know what?
that-
You took the last one. I'll take this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
And,
Um,
okay.
so everybody's know, the chair has to write the reports if there's no assigned one anyway. So either thank you, Representative Lane, from saving me from myself and then assigning the work to myself anyways, because that's how I roll. All right, and let's end our 20-0 ventures and let's open up the House bill on Senate Bill 156 fiscal note relative to voter registration and verification of voter identity. Representative Katab, you are recognized for a motion. SB 156 relative to voter registration and verification of voter identity.
I move ITL.
Representative Katab moved Senate Bill 156 to expedite to legislate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Burnham seconds. Excuse me. Is there any discussion on the bill? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Pruno O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Kutab.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Rep-
ITL? To
ITL, yeah.
the bill.
156.
Yes.
Excellent.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
The chair votes yes. And with that, when we have future discussions about 1010, we'll be clarify what that means. No, you'll be yes. No, I'll be no. All right, so that's awesome. SB 156 will be reported out as inexpedient to legislate 20-0. Is there any objection to it being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, I will take my win and go home. Representative Katab, will you please write the committee report for that?
It would be my pleasure.
All right, and I will close the executive session on SB 156. And I will open up the executive session on Senate Bill 158 relative to absentee ballot outer envelopes. Representative Weary is recognized for a motion.
ITL?
There's a motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Wood seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate to Senate Bill 158? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Cobb.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead. Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Chair votes yes. It's all right. Once again, to discuss what 1010 means. Senate Bill 158 will be reported out as inexpedient to legislate. Is there any objection to it being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none. Representative Weary, will you please take care of the committee report for the committee?
Pleasure.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the executive session on Senate Bill 158. And now let's get into the weeds. Okay. Where do we want to go from here? Let's do. I'm sorry, Representative Lane.
Did we put HB 333 on consent?
I believe that we did, but if you,
Okay.
yep, I believe everything has gone on the consent calendar,
Okay.
which I am overjoyed about. because it means less speeches on the floor.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Put that caveat, hopefully. Okay, let's start off. I tell you what, let's start off with Senate Bill 243, House Bill 243, requiring the tabulation of votes in elections to be done in public. So if the members want to get that in front of them, we'll wait, do the Jeopardy music. Okay, with that, I'm opening up the House Executive Session on House Bill 243, requiring the tabulation of votes in elections to be done in public. Representative Katab is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move OTPA, or should I give the amendment number now or
So
after?
what we're going to do here is I believe the representative wants to make a motion for ought to pass, and then I believe the representative wants to wait for a second, and then I believe the representative wants to bring forward an amendment. Would you like to make a motion of ought to pass?
To pass, yes, please.
Excellent. Is there a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Representative Weir. Are there any amendments that any of the members would like to bring forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to bring forward Amendment 2023-2384H.
Okay. We are on discussion of the amendment. Let's give everybody a second. Does every member have the amendment in front of them? And I say that because I don't know if I do. Where is it? There we go. Thank you. I think I gave. All right. So we are on discussion of Amendment 2023-2384H. Representative Katab, you're recognized to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is another bill that we could probably all agree on. We need to make sure that our elections are accurate. It was intended to already do this if you look in the election manual. However, the RSA on it wasn't clear. And so this is the exact tabulation definition that came out of the election manual. And I know that there had been a little bit of concern about not being clear that the central polling location counting could also still happen. And so that was explicitly put into this amendment, that the final results of an election in a polling place or at the central polling location as provided in RSA 659-59. And I did want to point out, I was there in Windham at the primary, and afterwards our vote was retabulated incorrectly. And when the announcement came out, it was actually post the period where you could even request a recount. And thankfully, the other candidate who had already requested a recount didn't cancel the recount. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that it was wrong. So I think it's really important that we do this, especially, you know, when we're talking about primaries. In order to request a recount, you can only request a recount if the vote's within 10 votes or 1.5%. And I know in Windham, 4% of my votes were hand count votes. So we really just want to make sure that the elections are accurate, and they've already had a great way of counting for us in public. And so now they'll just be doing the final tabulation for us right there. So thank you.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. So my question is the tape is it still unofficial? It's an unofficial result. So why should that be posted for the public to view if it's an unofficial result? Because the hand count votes and the you know, absentee ballot, some of the votes haven't been included in that final tabulation.
I can answer it for the representative if you like. So this last provision is my provision. Full interest of transparency, as you know, I've been after this for some time. The reality is, there's multiple reasons why, to answer your question. It is the unofficial. It's not the final. It is the unofficial. It is not the final. It is only official for that. It's not official. It's only posted for that machine, right? So the issue at hand is twofold. There is multiple ways in which towns and cities are handling these tapes and countings, right? So some cities and towns, immediately after the polls have closed and the last ballot has been cast, they immediately print the summary tapes and they immediately read the unofficial tape results. I really like that. That makes life a lot easier for everybody awaiting those results because most of our elections are not decided by a small margin. Most of them are one way or the other. The other concern is that with the centralized counting, you are packing up these machines. They are going out of sight. They are going into a car. They are being transported. They are being unloaded somewhere else, and then they are being run somewhere else. And that invites speculation. I'm actually surprised nobody has raised that as speculation yet, but it does just invite it. The machine is out of sight for a period of time. So it's a twofer. Number one is we are going to get the results for, let's call it 80% of New Hampshire's elections within 30 minutes of the respective ballot closing. And number two is we are going to preemptively stop speculation being raised about what happened when the machine was unplugged and moved. So does that sufficiently answer the question?
Well, I have a follow-up question. So should it not be clarified in this amendment that, announcing the total vote or posting the total votes is the unofficial results?
So it's not necessary because they're not posted as the official results. And like I said, some cities and towns are already doing this. So if they're my statement to the representative would be like, if you're concerned about the confusion, you should probably be concerned the confusion is already occurring. So it hasn't been a problem for, my understanding is most cities and towns actually do it like this. We're just kind of bringing everybody up online. The example I always give is Salem, New Hampshire has, I think, 5 voting locations, maybe 3, whatever. They have more than one. And they do a centralized counting. So what Salem does is they pick up all their machines, they move them all to a centralized counting location where it all happens kind of in secret, and then they release the results at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Totally unnecessary for Salem, New Hampshire. If you know the makeup of that town, that election goes one way normally. Totally unnecessary, and we don't need to be waiting till 1 o'clock in the morning to get those results. So yes, it is unofficial. There's nothing that's going to be posted that says these are the official counts. The law about the return of votes still all stays the same. But for those representatives looking to go home, whether or not knowing they've won or lost an election night, they won't need to wait till 10 or 11, or in my case, because when I used to represent Manchester and Litchfield, I had to wait till 1 o'clock in the morning to find out that I had won my election. For literally no reason. I won by 800 votes. It wasn't close. So we're trying to, there's really no reason in New Hampshire we can't have 80% of our results by 8:30 at night in this state. Everything else, it's going to be uniform. It's going to be better. And I guess, trust but verify me on this. You're going to like this a lot better.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things have been stated that I just want to draw attention to. I appreciate the feeling of impatience when we have to wait for election results. And as a candidate, I know it is, we're on pins and needles waiting for those results. I can agree with what you're saying, that it's hard to wait. But is it not important or more important to have accurate final results released? And does it not create more speculation if you release unofficial results ahead of those final results?
So, I'm just saying. So it's already happening. Most towns and cities are already doing this. So this just brings all the other towns who kind of refuse to do their work in public and quickly up to spec with what the other towns are doing. My counterpunch to that would be, if the tape comes out and it says it's close, they're going to hang around for the official results. If the tape comes out and it's a blowout, you're either going to go celebrate or drown your sorrows. But there's no, there's going to be no misrepresentation that this is a official final result. These tapes are going to be made public anyways, because they are public documents. They're going to be made public anyways. The question is when are they going to be made public? Are they going to be made public 30 minutes after the last ballot is run through the machine? Or are they going to be made public at 1 o'clock in the morning? Either way, the different components of this bill are going to be made. The different components that go into the tabulation of the votes for the return of votes for the Secretary of State is made public.
And just following up on my colleague, Representative Hamlet, should it not then say in here that these are unofficial results to make it clear if we're putting this type of language into law?
So my counterpoint to that would be if they're already doing it, we don't already require that. They already say this is just the machines only, and that's what the language reads is the long report tape. It doesn't say the official results. It doesn't say the unofficial results. It says it is a posting of the tape, and it's by machine. So it's going to be you're going to see 4 different tapes or however many machines are at the location are going to be posted, and you're still going to have to do math, but you're going to know what's going on. The concern to not posting these tapes, it's already happening. Over half of our locations that I'm aware of are already posting these tapes and already reading them. And people are already hanging around 15 minutes after the polls close with their writing down the tape results. It's just, why not make it uniform across the board?
Different municipalities do things differently. It's local control. And we do have an issue, or I have an issue with the 30-minute time frame. There are many times when the tabulation of results takes longer than 30 minutes. It is not just the tape that reports out the results. It is the election volunteers who are hand counting write-in votes. And so if you only are doing the tape within that 30-minute time frame, you are potentially missing out on many votes that could be hand counted as write-ins that might affect the outcome of the election and therefore be misleading the candidates or anyone who might be reading that tape only and not waiting for the final results after the tabulation occurs by the volunteers who are counting the write-ins.
Correct, and that I'll recognize you in a second, Representative Katab, and that would be the decision of the candidate not to wait around to hear that.
Are you not making it more difficult for election workers who, oftentimes are there for many hours and who now are on a time crunch of 30 minutes? What happens? What is the result if a election worker or election officials does not post this within 30 minutes? Is there a penalty for that or a consequence?
There is not by design, and there are many pieces of election law and election procedure that do not hold a penalty for not following them. This would be one of them. But that's okay. And to answer your question about are you burdening them, the printing of the tapes takes a minute. It takes 1 minute, and they are doing it anyways. They have to print the tapes anyways to do their tabulation of votes. So they print the tapes after the last ballot is through, not when polls close, after the last ballot is through, because sometimes voting is occurring after the polls have closed. So it's after the last ballot is through, then they have 30 minutes to go over and click print. And then they have 30 minutes to walk over and put a piece of Scotch tape on the tape and put it on the door.
And how does this impact the many municipalities that are hand count only?
It doesn't affect them at all.
So then we still have a difference. We are not doing something universal that would apply to all municipalities, only those who have ballot counting devices. So the claim that this would make it universal or, apply to everyone and that you're trying to solve an issue where there are towns doing this now, towns that are not doing it, and you're trying to make it equal among those, it's still not equal because you still have hand count towns that are not affected by this, and therefore it is not a universal rule.
Correct. And I will end our back and forth with this, which is it universally applies to every town which has chosen to use a machine. Representative Katab.
So I just wanted to state, I did talk to a couple of the clerks yesterday who do currently already do this. And they said when they post them up, they just let people know these are the tape readouts only. These are not official results. They make it very clear. And one of the clerks said, we'll even point out like there's still this big stack of hand count votes. So the results very well may change. And they just make it clear to everybody that's there. And I do want to say like it is very clear that it's only if RSA 659-75-2 applies, which is the enabling legislation that allows the towns to use the machines. And I think what Chairman Berry was trying to say was that, for the towns that are using these machines, for them to all be doing it the same way. That way we don't have some doing it one way and some doing it another. It's just opening up transparency. That's all.
Representative
you.
Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, it doesn't affect all those things that have to be hand counted. They can go on till 4 o'clock in the morning like I've done. But just for the tape, for those people running for office, they now can, hey, I can go home now because I was out all day. But if I'm close, if there's only maybe 20 votes between me and my opponent, yeah, I better stay until 2 or get somebody to phone me. And in our town, well, in Ross Berry's district, which includes Litchfield and 2 wards in Manchester, Manchester does this. The current moderator in Litchfield does not. So he had to wait for Litchfield's vote to see if he won. The problem is the previous moderator used to do it. And then we got a new moderator. He wouldn't do it until the final vote was counted. So yeah, this way I'd like it because, hey, let's see if I can go home now, main thing. But yeah, let's see. And if I'm won by 300 votes, then I know I won. Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion on the bill? Amendment, excuse me. First question on the amendment, excuse me. Representative Lane.
Thank you. I guess I'm still, when I read line 6, the new language, are we not still requiring when they bring them together, as they do in many of the cities, that be done in public?
Representative Katab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. So this, no, this would be if you are, this is when you're adding the actual results together. If you're doing them either at the individual polling place or at the central polling location, this isn't requiring for the towns like Nashua that do them all at individual locations. This is the aggregation just of the results from the long report and the hand count. So you're not, this isn't adding ward results together. I tried to put the statute in there just to be really clear that
Right, and
that's still absolutely allowed. And I took this wording out of the election manual. And so there's another sentence which then talks about the tabulating of the, different polling location results. And that's explicitly not in here because to your concern about, that may be difficult for certain towns.
So piggyback on that, Representative Katab, you took this language out of the election law manual.
Correct. So this is what's already supposed to be currently being done.
Thank you.
okay.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. I wonder if this is something that really requires a law. And I wonder if perhaps the Secretary of State might, as he's conducting trainings with our election officials throughout the state, perhaps he might suggest to them that it is not illegal to post the tape. Is that correct? It is not in law that that municipalities cannot post the tape?
I don't believe there's anything posting about the tapes.
So I wonder if this is really a necessary law or if it is perhaps just something that could be suggested by the Secretary of State to election officials rather than putting them on the clock of the 30 minutes. I just worry that this might create more problems than it's trying to solve, and perhaps a suggestion rather than a law would resolve the issue that you're trying to solve.
Representative Weary.
Thank you, Chairman. The Secretary of State's office has repeatedly stated that the training that is provided is poorly attended and that I think there would be problems with counting on the training and the compliance to overcome this deficiency in knowledge by moderators and clerks and so forth. They're not attending the training now, and if we're expecting training to cover up a gap in the RSAs, then I think we're counting on too much to be covered by the training.
Sorry. Representative Brennan.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the Secretary of State is able to send out memos and emails to moderators and town clerks, and perhaps would consider writing an email or memo saying that it is perfectly okay to post the tape following an election, and a law would not be necessary to make that so.
Thank you. My counterpunch to that would be I don't like giving away our policy making to an executive. That is a personal philosophical view. If you've ever followed me, I rail on the bureaucracy creating rules all the time because that is our job. I view that respectfully as a dereliction of duty. It is our job to write the policies. It is not the job of the executive or the bureaucrats. All right, with that, I think we've all probably spoken our piece on. Well, Representative Lane, would you like to jump in on this uniting conversation?
I would like to ask for a 5 to 10 minute recess.
Okay. Yep, that's fine because I'm getting blown up by my work, so it's perfect. Let's recess for. Can we reconvene at 11:08? Okay, thank you. We will reconvene at 11:08. on amendment 2023-238, 2023-2384H, amendment to House Bill 243, and I will immediately recess the amendment. I believe there's something going to go to OLS to address changes. So I'm going to recess the amendment, and I'm now going to recess the actual underlying bill, and we will move on to whatever the next debate will be, which let's decide. I don't know. What do you think, Madam Clerk? You want to do this portal? Let's do the portal.
Let's do the portal, sure.
All right.
Why not?
Everybody's here for the portal, right? All right, so I'm going to open up the House executive session on House Bill 463 FN relative to the establishment of an election information portal. I'm going to recognize Representative Hamlet for a motion. I'm sorry, not Representative Hamlet. Representative Lane. I apologize. Representative Lane for a motion. Oh, I thought are we not ready on that? All right, so my mistake. We will recess. It's one of those days. We will recess House Bill 463 relative to the establishment of an election information portal. We will come back to that bad boy. Let's just get this out of the way. I will open up the executive session on House Bill 476, enabling the Secretary of State to conduct a second recount after an election. I will recognize myself for an ought to pass motion. Is somebody going to be very nice and second me? Thank you, Representative Bohm, who has seconded me. I would like to, the bill is open for amendments. Was there an amendment? Yes, I'd like to recognize myself for an amendment. I'm going to submit amendment 2023-2379H, which is an amendment to House Bill 476. Okay, and then I will speak to my amendment. So this stems from the recount of Manchester Ward 6, in which a stack of votes was missed during the recount, and it changed the outcome of the election. There was then an ensuing legal battle to count all of the votes. And I don't want to open up the old wound on that, but it was not an inexpensive legal battle for the prevailing side. And so what I am seeking to do is address this so it doesn't have to go back to court again. And I do know that the argument is going to be made that after the victory in court, a precedent has been established and all that. That the reality is anything can be taken to court. Our current law does say no second recount. So either way, if this situation happens again, where it is objectively determined that, and that's not my take on it, that was the court's take on it, that is objectively determined that not all the ballots were counted, it doesn't stop someone from attempting to stop the Secretary of State from doing that in court again. So what I have done is drafted an amendment, drafted a bill only to state general elections, so nothing else, just state general elections, which says that if the recount shows that the outcome of the election has changed, which basically means the winner is no longer the winner and there is a new winner, right? So not the results change. So the number of votes didn't change, like the number of votes, that always changes in a recount, but the actual winner changes. Then there shall be a second recount. So my rationale behind this is if the outcome changes, if there are new winners, both sides are going to put a lot of scrutiny on the second and what is labeled the final recount. So that gives both sides an opportunity. Maybe they weren't fully engaged, I don't know, or maybe there was a dispute, but it allows both sides to bring their resources to bear during a required second recount versus going to the court and begging for a second recount. Probably, if you look at the number of elections that changed outcomes this year, I think this would have only applied to 3 in total. So we're not adding a whole bunch of new recounts. It's not, after speaking with the Secretary of State's office, they had concerns. My original bill had it at the discretion of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State informed me that he didn't want the discretion. And I tended to agree with him on that, which is we don't want accusations flying that the Secretary of State should or should not have called for a second recount. So the idea here is we are going to get it right. It does not go on in perpetuity. So if that second recount, that's it. That's it. It's over after the second recount. But if the winner changes, there shall be another counting to make sure that the change that was determined by the recount was accurate, and it's the final one. So that's what my amendment does. And I said I'm more than happy to explain my experience. I do represent Manchester Ward 6, although it was not my election, and I can say it was a very not awesome experience. So with that, are there other comments on House Amendment 2023-2379H? Hearing none. Hearing none. Well, we're missing one Republican and one Democrat. So we're missing one and one. We're missing Howard and Katana. Well, Representative Muirhead, we know you're a closet Republican. That's okay. It's going to go great in your primary in Hanover. Hope somebody clips that. I'm comfortable calling the roll since we're in parity in our absences. So the clerk will call the. Sorry, Representative Lane.
Thank you. I hate to be. We did not discuss this in caucus because we didn't have the amendment in
Okay.
front of us.
Would you
So,
like me to recess this vote that I'm about to take and definitely didn't
you would-
call?
Yes.
Okay, I will definitely did not call the roll. The clerk didn't call anything, so we will recess the House Amendment 2023-2397H, and I will recess
And
the
I'm sorry.
underlying bill, and we'll see if there's something we can vote on.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair,
Right. And I'm sorry.
what time is the catered lunch arriving?
Yes, good luck. I was hoping to get out by lunch. That dream has died.
No, yeah.
That dream has
The
died.
candy is our
That
catered
was
lunch.
the unrealistic dream. But I do not have from OLS the amendment for the portal.
For the portal. Okay, so we
So-
won't go there.
And but
Well, let's dispense.
447.
Yeah. You have the amendment for that, right? We do have that. Okay. So we're going to recess, amendment, House Bill 476. And we will open up, the executive session on House Bill 447 FN relative to the purchase of election equipment. Representative Weary, you are recognized for a motion. You know, click on your microphone for me, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we ought to pass this.
Yes, excellent. There is a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 447 FN. Is there a second? Representative Wood?
I'll second.
Seconds. Are there any amendments to House Bill 447 FN? Representative Lane, you are recognized to introduce
Yeah,
your
I would-
amendment.
I would like to introduce amendment 2023-2366H.
Does every committee member have that amendment?
I handed them out and I have extras if anybody needs them.
I will take your extras because per usual, my desk has exploded.
Okay.
So I will take their extra. I have read your amendment. For what it's worth, I do like it.
You tried.
I just can't bring physical
Yeah.
copies. All right, Representative Lane, you're recognized to speak to Amendment 2023-2366H.
Right. So what this bill does is give the Secretary of State the authorization to use the money in an equitable way, up to $3 million over 3 years. So there's a sunset. And the Secretary of State would set up a way to do this again equitably if he needs to use if he so chooses to do. And for those of us who, the HAVA funds are funds that came in for Help America Votes. There's an obligation in our existing statute, I think, to keep 12 times the money. Right now, that would be around, don't quote me on the numbers, but there's around 3 million there that is in excess of what has to be there under existing statute. This gives the Secretary of State the ability to use that specifically for the election voting machines.
Further discussion on the amendment? All right. I am very thankful this amendment's come forward. As you know, I am a big proponent of getting this done. I know that there was support on my caucus's end to make these funds less discretionary. So I think this vote might surprise us. With that, the clerk will call the roll on adopting Amendment 2023-2366H to House Bill 447FN. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard, still not here. Representative Rafter,
Yes.
and Representative Berry.
Chair votes yes. And
That's
with
18.
that, House Amendment 20, I'm about to read the wrong amendment. 2023-2366H is adopted to House Bill 447. I'm blanking on my parliamentary procedure. Do we need a new motion now for OTPA? Yes. So Representative Lane, you're recognized for a motion.
I move that we pass HB 447FN as OTPA.
And I will second that motion. And is there any discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll, and we're back, full back to 10:10.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
I'm sorry, hold on, we're gonna pause the voting. My researcher is flagging me like I did something wrong, which I probably did. Oh,
That's right.
I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Weary, can you please withdraw your OTP motion?
I would like to withdraw my OTP motion.
Thank you. It is withdrawn, and we will go back to the OTPA vote. Representative Bohm, you were called.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Chair votes yes.
19-1.
With that, it's 19-1. Representative Katab, do you object to this going on to the consent calendar?
I do not.
You do not. Okay, with that, I will take care of the committee report. And it'll be on consent calendar, which who would have thought that would have happened? So just election law, just full of surprises today. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 447, reported out as OTPA. Hold on, I got to rhyme notes, 19-1. And then, oops, and there goes my computer. Okay, so we've done that one. You guys need to caucus. Okay, I think everything else is going to require the two parties to caucus because what we have left here is HB 115, which is with discussions on amendments intertwined with HB 345 and HB 350. Giving deference to in respect to the respective caucuses. I know they want to meet one more time and discuss that. Also, it sounds like there's a need to caucus for the respective parties on HB 116 and HB 243 and we are still awaiting an amendment for HB 463. So that puts us in this situation of we're near lunch. So I think Representative Lane, would you be okay if we just broke for lunch and the various teams can discuss over lunch with their own caucuses? Because I don't think we're going to get this done in time. And then you know how I feel about lunch.
Yes,
So that's what we will do. We will recess until the call of the chair, which will be at 12. Was it 45 or 30? An hour and 15. I have a 1 o'clock meeting, but I can handle it. It's okay. All right, we'll do 12:30 because I can always extend it. So we will stand in recess until 12:30 for prospective caucuses and some much needed lunch, and most importantly, to not hear my voice anymore. All right, I will see you guys back at 12:30. 5:35, so I'm going to reopen the executive session for the House Election Law Committee. We're going to reopen the executive session on House Bill 476, enabling the Secretary of State to conduct a second recount after an election. Discussion was on the amendment, so we are going to go back onto the amendment. I believe I had spoken my piece. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? We're talking about Amendment 2023-230, 2379H. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no discussion, Representative Lane, would you object if I called the roll without Representative Hamlet being present? She's at OLS, I believe. Do you believe the outcome will change with her presence? Okay, so without objection, I can call the roll whenever I want. I'm just trying to be nice. All right, so the clerk will call the roll for Amendment 2023-2379H to House Bill 476.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet, Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Should I call her name?
I'm
again?
sorry, this is out of order. We need to finish this vote, but I read the wrong amendment number, so we're gonna have to finish this vote. I'm sorry. I will correct my error. Continue.
Should I call Joan?
She was not here, so no, you can.
Okay. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes. And now I'm going to immediately Oh no, I am on the right one. I'm sorry. I am discombobulated. That was the right vote. We took the right vote. I'm sorry. I'm already on to the next bill. My brain is. I got a lot of things going on today. So we are good there. It was unanimous, 19-0. Amendment 2023-2379H has been added to House Bill 476, 19-0. The motion is now ought to pass as amended. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll for House Bill 476 as amended with HB 2023-2379H, just so everybody at home is.
do we need a second for OTPA?
I don't believe we do, but just in case, we'll copy it over from whoever it was earlier, which was Representative Bohm.
No, you.
It was. I know. I made the OTP. You're very generously doing your second again.
All right. Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. The clerk will call the roll on House Bill 476 as amended with Amendment 2023-2379H.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Chair votes yes. Okay, and with that, House Bill 476 will be reported out as ought to pass as amended, once again with 2023-2379H. I will take care of the committee report because I fumbled the middle of that vote, and that's a good penance for that. So with that, we will go.
Consent.
Oh, yes, a consent. Does anybody have any objection to consent calendar on that? No, hearing no objection, and we'll go on to consent calendar. And I appreciate the committee's indulgence in my confusion. Next up, we will do. That was this one. Hold on, scratched out the wrong bill. There it is. we will open up. We will reopen the executive session for House Bill 243. We were on discussion as the amendment, so we do need to dispense with the original amendment before we can take up what I believe will be a new amendment. So we were on, this is where my confusion came from last time, for those paying attention. We were on amendment, excuse me. 2384. So we need to, if we are to take up another amendment, we first must dispense with this amendment, or I guess you
I
can withdraw
withdraw.
the motion. All right, the motion is withdrawn. Is there another amendment? Representative Katab, you're recognized.
I move amendment 2023-2394H.
Is there a second? Representative Howard seconds. Thank you, Representative Howard. Lovely day of bipartisanship here in election law. Representative Katab, would you like to speak to your amendment?
This was just changing the posting of the tapes requirement to, instead of within 30 minutes, to within 60 minutes.
Okay, is there any other further discussion on the new amendment? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have not had a public hearing on this, so we have not heard opinions from town clerks and moderators who may have something to say about this. And so I do have still some concerns about it, although I am very much appreciative of the extension from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. I will not be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment? Here, yep, Representative, I'm sorry, Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I will be voting for this. I think this is a good bill. And I have heard from some town clerks that the 60 minutes is satisfactory. So I will be voting for it.
Further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll to Amendment 2394H.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the amendment is adopted 19-1. We are now on to discussion on the bill as amended. The motion is now ought to pass as amended. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing, oh, yes, Representative Bone? No. Oh, I apologize. Hearing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll to House Bill 243 as amended by Amendment 2023-2394H.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg.
Yes.
Sorry, what was that? Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry.
The chair votes yes, and with that, House Bill 243 will be reported out as ought to pass as amended, 19-1. Is there an objection to the consent calendar? Hearing no objection, it will be placed on consent calendar. Representative Representative Katab, could you do the committee report on this?
I'd be honored.
Thank you. All right, and with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 243. I will open up the executive session on House Bill 116 relative to fees and primary petitions required for primary ballot access. I will move the bill as ought to pass. Is there a second? Representative Bohm, second. I do have an amendment for the committee, which I know, there it is. Nope, that's the wrong amendment. The old amendment. Let me give you guys the committee number. Here it is. It is, I'm going to move Amendment 2023-2381H. I need a second on this, right? Representative Bohm, can you give me a second? Thank you. Okay, we are now on discussion on Amendment 2381. A lot of 2023s. 2381H to House Bill 116, and I'll speak to it real fast. So this is very simple. It gets rid of any changing of the existing petition requirements for third party or major party. We got a lot of pushback on that. So the current petition requirements for ballot access stay exactly as they are right now. And then it increases the filing fees for United States Senate and United States Congress from $100 to $2,500 and $50 to $1,250 respectively, and eliminates the filing fee for state representatives. So it takes it from a grand total of $2 from a grand total of $0. And I'm happy to explain why. So for state representative, I do not care what the municipal association says. There is zero chance that they are processing a $2 transaction and not losing money on it. They can't. There is no way they can account for that $2 and not net lose $2. So that's why that changed. $2 is, you can't even get a Coke for that anymore at a restaurant. So just get rid of that. And then with a discussion amongst members, it seemed like that was going to be a non-starter. So I went for the other stuff, which was changing the filing fees for representative for Congress and U.S. Senate. The thought process being here is if $50 to file for United States Congress to then go handle a a $33 trillion budget or something. It's time to raise these. So when these were originally put in, if you were to extrapolate these out for inflation, they would be much higher than they are even in this amendment. But just kind of, leaving people running for serious office to having serious, I would make the statement that even $12.50 is not necessarily a serious resource, but at least make it to where it's not, makes it a little more painful to file as a joke. So you can still get on with your petition signatures. That stays exactly the same. Ironically enough, if you know the cost of a petition signature, it costs much more than $1,250 to collect that many petition signatures. But I view this as a very reasonable bump up. The original bill was $10,000, and people really gave a lot of pushback on that. But I think this is it's not even in the middle ground. It's like a happy bottom quarter agreement to kind of keep things. People putting their name on the ballot are going to be more serious about it when it's $1,250 instead of $100, which is probably less than some bar tabs at Tandy's. So I'm obviously open up to more discussion on the amendment. People can tell me why I'm wrong, and I'm cool with that too. Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, fellow representatives. I'm very against this amendment because I still feel that we should be allowing ballot access for people, especially when we have the cost of running to be on the presidential primary is only $1,000. I understand the fact that there are reasons why certain people don't want others to run and why making it more difficult for people to access their party primaries would allow for candidates of a more specific choice, but I don't think that's necessarily what we should be doing. Even if people are quote-unquote joke candidates, they may be providing real commentary on what's happening in our state, and I think that they should have the opportunity to run for office at a price tag that is less than that $1,000 to run for president.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Muirhead. This will be, I'm sure, enlightening.
Well, I just question, do you know how many frivolous candidates races like the governorship are eliciting?
Governorship, not so much. It's usually actually the federal offices that tend to attract the far out theirs. It's not, once again, it's not about limiting somebody's ability to get their message out, they can still do that. Nothing stops them from doing that, getting their message out. Nothing stops them from mounting a writing campaign or raising $1,250. It's just a matter of there is a cost to have someone on the ballot. The state incurs a cost of that. This, by the way, even at $2,500, does not cover those costs, but it at least stops it to where we're more serious about what we're doing, the way things are going. But my counterpoint to Representative Howard would be, I have an amendment that leaves the current fees in place, but only gets rid of the state representative fee. Would you be in favor of that?
I would.
Okay. Representative Bohm.
In the last election, I believe, for CD2 Congress, there were I think 7 people signed up. And effectively, there were only 3 people running, never ever saw the other 4. So there is a problem of just people putting the name on the ballot, just like the presidential one, which is, maybe next time I'll run for president for $1,000. But yeah, so there was just people, I put my name on the ballot. So.
Further conversation about why I'm wrong? All right. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on Amendment 2023-2381H.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Murad,
No.
Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Rafter,
No.
Representative Berry.
Yes. And with that, the amendment fails. Good news. I have another amendment. I'm going to introduce Amendment 2023-2382H, which only changes the filing fee for state representative from $2 to $0, because as stated earlier, there is no way that the town is processing a $2 transaction and not losing money on that transaction. So can I get, Representative Bohm, could you give me I'm going to move this, can I get a second on that? And, and Representative Muirhead gives me a second. All right. Discussion on the now stripped down amendment. I'm sorry, does somebody want to does everybody have a copy of it, or am I just holding it to myself?
What's the number?
It is 2023-2382H. No, okay, I will pass it around. I'm sorry, I thought I distributed it. I guess I was wrong. No, 2023, it's from me and not Representative Aikenberg. It's 2023-82, so I'm sending it around right now. I apologize. I thought I distributed it to the committee.
Okay, there was a second one. That's all.
Yes.
Okay.
Surprise. There's more coming. There's more coming. I had 25 copies printed. There's more coming. But you know what it says. It changes exactly 2 characters. It may be the smallest change of any amendment. It changes 2 characters of the existing RSA. All right. Does everybody now have a copy of this massively complex amendment? One more. I tell you what, they can have mine. They can have. It's okay. Send it down. That's fine. They have mine. Yes. Yeah. This might be my crowning achievement if it becomes adopted. Okay, so as stated, the only thing this does is take the filing fee from $0, from $2 to $0, because the towns cannot process a $2 transaction, issue a receipt, put it in, give it to the treasurer, have the treasurer account for it. They can't do it. I also have personal reasons of. At one point, the city of Manchester could not make change for me. And I actually said, can you take my 20? And they said, no, you have to have $2. We can't make change for you. So if you don't think somebody's been turned away because they had too much money, it's a thing. So let's just get rid of it, because $2 doesn't buy you a Coke. So that's my pitch. Let's get rid of it because $2 doesn't buy you a Coke. Discussion on the amendment. Representative Bohm. Oh, sorry. Anyone? Bueller? All right. With that, the clerk will call the roll on Amendment 2023-2382H to House Bill 116 FN. Because there's a fiscal note because it reduces the town coffers by $2.
Throw in stacks at the clerk's office. Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan,
Okay, yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Murad, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
and Representative Berry.
The chair votes yes, and I'm going to need the count because that doesn't
It
happen much
is
here.
17-3.
The amendment is adopted 17-3, in what I think is maybe an election law first. Okay, so with that, we are on discussion of the bill as amended. The motion is ought to pass as amended to House Bill 116. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on House Bill 1116 as amended by amendment. I gave my amendment away. 2382H.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
and Representative Rafter,
Yes.
and Representative Berry.
Chair votes yes.
That is 16-4.
And another election law first. The bill will be reported out as ought to pass as amended on 16-4. I assume this can't go on consent calendar. There's too many negatives. Representative Lane, unless you want to not object to a consent calendar, I'm happy to not object to it. But okay, I see. I look forward to your report about why towns should do the $2, and I will stand up for the towns and tell them they don't have to take the $2, and we can have a good laugh on it. And I look forward to the vigorous debate on the floor of the House. With that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 116. Scratch it off my list.
So there will be an,
Yeah,
report.
there will be a minority report because it is not going on it has to have a minority report if it doesn't go on the consent calendar, and you don't want me writing the minority report because although I would thoroughly and probably enjoy it. These $2, this unfunded mandate. All right, we're getting done here. You want to do? Representative Lane, do you have your portal amendment? All right, you want to distribute that real fast to the, I'm going to open up the House executive session on House Bill 463, which is the relative to the establishment of an election law portal. Is there a motion?
She OTP, right?
No, she hasn't. Well, I just asked for the motion, so somebody has to make it.
The motion OTP to pass.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Brennan. Are there any amendments to House Bill 463? Yes. Representative Lane, would you like to present your amendment?
Yes, it's 2023-2385, and the right-hand side of the room has not yet received it, so I'll send it along.
Representative Lane moves House Bill 2385H to House Bill 463. Is there a second to take up discussion?
Second.
There is a second. We are now on discussion of the amendments. Representative Lane Would you like to explain the amendment?
Sure. I'll wait till everybody's got a copy. What we have come to agree to is the portal bill that we passed last year, essentially with the changes that came up in the conference committee. We've taken out the HAVA funding, and then we've also made it so that applications in the election, new voter applications in the portal shall not allow verification of identity, age, or domicile by affidavit under 65412. And that's because they can still go and do the affidavit in person with the clerk or on the same day, but there's no way to get a sworn affidavit through a portal. There's nobody to take the sworn affidavit. We are allowing, however, the verification of the citizenship by a sworn, because the documentation for citizenship is expensive. It takes a very long time to get, and virtually no state that we're aware of that has a portal requires that. And so we will allow verification under a sworn statement under perjury. So, and that's it. I'll be happy to take questions.
Before we do that, I'll give you my opening salvo on this. I want to thank the ranking member for accommodating our concerns. I did look into the sworn statement about citizenship. It does appear to be a federal requirement. So unless we were to bifurcate our ballots and our lists, it can't not, it's double negative. It has to take a sworn statement in order for us to be in compliance. That's what we currently do. We currently take a sworn statement for citizenship only. And then everything else is handled by affidavit. So I do appreciate the ranking member bringing in the affidavits for age, identity, and domicile. I had, assuming we don't adopt this amendment, what I believe are very legitimate concerns about taking a quote unquote sworn statement over the internet with no ID. There's software out there that is free to use, such as Microsoft Power Automate, where somebody could submit probably anywhere from 15 to 20 voter registrations a minute. If there was an affidavit-like system for identification, age, and domicile, this committee knows my feelings on affidavits in general. At least when they're in person, there's somebody standing in front of you. When it goes behind a computer screen and there's no one there, period, there's nothing, and it's just click a button, I am who I say I am, I swear it, that is, I would hope both sides could see ripe for abuse. So I do appreciate the ranking member bringing this amendment forward. I will be supporting the amendment, and as soon as the amendment passes, most likely the underlying bill. But I want to thank the ranking member who was a lot of work talking and went into this. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Representative Bohm.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question. It says, A, complete a new voter application, but then a new voter application shall not allow verification of age, domicile, by affidavit, etc. This verification of citizen shall not be. So how can you complete a new voter application without some of the information in Roman numeral 2?
I think, to speak for the representative,
Yeah.
2 would apply to 1. A new application to the electronic report shall not allow verification of identity, age,
Right,
or domicile.
So you can't really do A. I mean,
Well, it's 2 applies to, if they're different sections. So 1 and 2 are linked, and 2 defines what you can do in section A of 1.
This is the way that OLS suggested that I drafted. I had drafted it somewhat differently at the beginning, and this is the way they suggested drafting it. Because A got very complicated the way that I wrote it originally.
And watch this one. Representative Lane, is it your intention in the legislative process to have section 2 be applying to section 1A?
Yes,
Would that be your legislative intent?
that is my legislative intent.
Excellent. further comments on the amendment? Hearing none, I can't believe this is so small. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yeah.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes. And with that, Amendment 2023-2385H is adopted to House Bill 463. The motion is now ought to pass as amended. We are on discussion on the bill as amended. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? I am stunned. This is going to be a record. This is going to be our first portal bill with no discussion. Congratulations, Representative Lane. You have done it. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Wary,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
16-4.
With that, House Bill 463 will be reported as ought to pass as amended, 16-4. Who will be responsible for the minority report? Representative Wood will do the minority report. Representative Lane, let's work together on the majority report, okay? Because I want to make sure it's agreeable across the board, because Lord knows this one's been a contentious one. Let me scratch this off of our list. Congratulations to everybody who's worked on that one, by the way. I know that's been a long time coming. 345. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 463. And that was 16-4, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yep.
Yeah.
OTPA. Okay. All right, so now we're on to kind of the last ones, which have all been paired up together. So let's take up House Bill 345 FN, enabling ranked choice voting for state primary elections and municipal elections. I need 345. Representative Quayle, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee find HB 345 inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Weary seconds. I am sure there will be discussion on the bill, so let's get this one going.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. thank
Yes,
you.
Matt. Yes, Representative Hamlin.
So House Bill 345, we have an amendment. I'd like to introduce an amendment, but the amendment had some errors that we're having corrected right now by OLS.
Okay.
So I don't have,
In the interest of working together here, I will recess 345.
thank you.
Because there's a motion, so can Madam Clerk indicate the motion? Okay, perfect. So there's a motion when we take it back up. So I'm recessing House Bill 345. Is there, Representative Hamlet, do you have any other amendments or any other bills we should be aware of? So we get the motions right and don't have to vote, unvote, and vote again?
Well, I have an amendment on House Bill 115.
Okay, what about 350?
And 350, yes.
Okay, so let's do 350 first. So I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 350 relative to ranked choice of voting. Since you have an amendment, Representative Hamlet, I will recognize you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
motion.
Could you please recognize Heath Howard to introduce the amendment?
Well, first we have to get a motion.
Oh, sorry. I move ought to pass on House Bill 350 as amended.
And we have an OTP motion to help the representative. We have an OT. You're making an ought to pass motion, correct?
Yes.
And I
yes.
believe Representative Howard will probably second that. Would be my
Yes.
guess. So now we are on the motion is ought to pass, and I believe there is an amendment. Representative Howard, would you like to move an amendment?
Yes, I would like to introduce 2023-2377H.
Okay. Is there a second to that amendment? And
Second.
second, Representative Hamlet seconds. Let's give the committee a second to get a hold of this amendment, because it
That's-
is Amendment Palooza Day here at Election
is.
Law.
Sorry, it's 2377H if you guys do not have it.
Okay.
They ran out earlier. We're trying to get it all down and stuff. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative. Still handing them out. Just to reiterate, Representative Howard, you said 2377H, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Just so we're okay. I think everybody's got it. Representative Howard, would you like to speak to Representative Hamlet's amendment?
Yeah, of course. This amendment would enable ranked choice voting in primaries for specific races, including the governor or federal congressional offices such as CD1, CD2, and U.S. Senate. This bill would allow for people to rank their preference as to who they would prefer to hold those offices come primary day. Sorry, I was my laptop froze and I'm not able to get my notes. So apologies, but if Representative Hamlet would be willing to kind of take it away from here. Sorry.
All right. Yes, so House Bill 3, the amendment to House Bill 350, this amendment to 377H is actually not an enabling bill. It's, this is a bill that would limit ranked choice voting to just the governor and federal congressional offices. Okay, so that's all I really have prepared to say on that one.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to have the clerk call the roll on House Bill 2020. Amendment 2023-2377H. The clerk will read the roll. Perfect. Good timing, Representative Osborne.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Wary,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Osborne,
Nope.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
and Representative Berry.
No. So with that, the committee fails to adopt the amendment. We are back on to the motion of ought to pass on HB 350. Is there discussion on the bill? Hearing none, the clerk Wish everybody's here. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry.
No, I go last.
Oh, sorry. Representative Bohm.
No.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
No.
Representative Quayle.
No.
Representative Inkerberg.
No.
Representative Burnham.
No.
Representative Wary.
No.
Representative Wood.
No.
Representative Osborne.
Nope.
Representative Kutab.
No.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yeah.
Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Brennan.
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
And Representative Barry.
No.
That is a no dog, and it is 2, 3, 6 to 14.
They will write of this day in election law for years to come. I don't even think I can type anything other than 1010 or 20 so it's just my brain's. With that, House Bill 350 will report it out as inexpedient to legislate. I'm sorry, that the motion of ought to pass to fails. Now is there another motion? I apologize. Representative Quayle, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee find HB 350 inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Weary seconds. Is there discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 350? Gotta love Mason's rules. With that, hearing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll for the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 350.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg.
Yes.
Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Kutab.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead. Yes. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
No.
Did you?
Well,
it's
let's
ITL.
finish the roll, and then I will indulge the member from Hanover. I will indulge the member, but let's finish the roll. Let the clerk finish the roll, and I will indulge
Representative
the member.
Rafter.
No.
Representative Barry.
We are on the motion of ITL, so I
Yes.
will be voting yes. And I will indulge, if without objection, I will indulge the member from Hanover to change his vote. Can you say that into the mic for me?
Thank you. I wanted to really thank you,
Yes.
first of all, and say that I meant to vote no.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I apologize. I voted the wrong way too. I meant
Well, I guess if we're doing it for everybody, we'll do it for everyone. No, I'm just kidding. It's
okay,
fine.
I
Is it
meant
without objection?
to,
Without objection. Okay. Without objection, I will allow the members to change their vote.
I meant to vote no.
And now the clerk will read the results of the vote that was totally ordinary. We're having a great time on election day. You know, when they do the trainings for chairs next year, they're not going to use today as the template. They're not going to use today.
That is 14 to 6.
14 to 6. That sounds about right.
Little math.
For inexpedient to legislate. Who will be responsible for the majority report? Representative Quayle will be responsible for the majority report. Representative Hamlet, would you like to take the minority report? Otherwise, I'm going to give it to Representative Muirhead as punishment. Yeah. Okay. It's the beautiful part is I get to change it after you send it to me. So who really knows what it'll say? Okay. With that, I will close the House executive session on House Bill 350. Representative Hamlet, we're still waiting on 345, correct? The amendment. Okay. So with, we only got 2 left, so we're getting there, y'all. With my parents being here today, I felt it was appropriate to drop a y'all in there. You guys haven't heard that from me before. I'm going to open up the House executive session on House Bill 115, which I believe I'm going to move to ought to pass because I have an amendment. Actually, no. Representative Bohm, you want to go? You want to do the ought to pass motion first?
Yes.
All right, there's a Representative Bone moves ought to pass. I will go ahead and second it. Representative Bone, do you have an amendment?
Yeah, I have an amendment number 2270H.
Again, go ahead and hit that for me again,
Oh, I'm
Representative
sorry.
Bone.
Yes, I have an amendment 2270H.
All right. Is there a second for the Representative Bone's amendment? Take up the amendment. Representative Weary indicates he's going to second.
Yes,
We are
second.
now on discussion of, we are now on discussion of Amendment 2270H to House Bill 115. We are on discussion of the amendment.
Right, okay. This amendment changes the primary date until the third Tuesday in August, which is the only change that could be affected for the 2024 election. Okay, everything else stays the same with this amendment. The June date cannot be done on the 2024 election, because that would move the filing, for example, to March, and the bill probably won't even be passed by then. So, but the Secretary of State has testified when we first brought this up, they would like in August. We have a problem with the 45-day federal law thing with the existing schedule in September. And that could be a problem if we have to have a recount. Also, affidavit voting, also military voting, it gives them another couple of weeks, 3 weeks to get their ballots in. So with that, now I'm gonna end because it's my main point of doing this is the only change that can be done for the 2024 election. So that,
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Purdom O'Brien.
Thank you. This would make this primary fall on my birthday some years.
That
for
is-
1 year.
Some people may think that's a good thing to be at the polls on their birthday, or a bad thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. I'm fine with it either way. I don't really care.
It's only for 1 year.
But August is a good, yes, bring me a cake. August is a good time for the primary, I think, for college students that are getting prepared to go to college. They can be sure that they vote before they get there, and they don't have to worry about it. So we hear a lot about college students and their interest in voting, and they can either vote or sign up prior to this a little earlier and get the absentee ballot sent to them if they happen to be out of state. But it's not as likely that they'll be out of state. So I think this is good for the college students.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Bay?
I just like to take some levity. My daughter goes to school in Hawaii. She leaves home as early as July.
Sounds like June would work great for her. Further discussion on the amendment? I will be opposing this amendment. 2 reasons. The first of which is, as you guys know, I'm very outcome oriented, and our friend in the corner office has already vetoed August. Has already said he'll veto August again. So I don't see any point of spinning my wheels in the mud. Number 2, I actually don't. I have voted for August in the past, before our friend in the corner office gave us his opinion. And I'm not a huge fan of August. Parents are still out of town for the most part. And as a new dad, I'm a little more sensitive to that now than I used to be, but now I kind of really get it, especially when you need that vacation. I've said it before, I've said it again, I'm a June man. I'm going to stay a June man. And it's okay that we can respectfully disagree, but I do think June kind of hits everything, which is, there's nothing going on in June, which is why it's actually a great time to conduct a primary, because there's nothing going on, versus August. Parents are still out of town, and I know I just feel like I'm gonna bring it home. I ran as the parents candidate, and I'm gonna stick up for parents and let them vote in June instead of August. Representative Bone, you can tell me why I'm wrong.
Thank you. There's a lot going on in June. The school graduations all through the month, and that's a big issue. Parents are getting the kids ready to go to camp. So there's a lot going on in June more than, and my main point too for the August this time around is if you do June, that can't be effective until 2026. Because the filing would have to be like in March. This way it leaves everything the same. Yeah, they still file in June. You have, 3 weeks less of campaigning, which is good. And we don't have, in June, for example, I go to the gym a lot of times during the week, and you got all these TV screens in front of you. And it's bad enough from September to June, it's September to November, watching all the political ads on all the screens. And imagine doing that from June until November, watching all the political ads, which hurts local ads, because I remember people complaining they can't put their ads on TV because of all the political ads. And there's only a set time for ads that TV stations can do, because they have to show their shows. So anyway, that's why I've been against June from the very beginning. Thank you.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. I would like to agree with Representative Bohm that there is a lot going on in June. For instance, we'll still be in session. So we will be both campaigning during session, and we will be doing this work. And for the illustrious salary of $100 a year. And I think that's asking a lot of people, particularly even those in leadership. So for that reason, I will be voting for Representative Bohm's August bill. Thank you.
Other comments on the bill? All right, with that, the clerk will call the roll.
And this is for the amendment 2270.
Yes,
Representative
we are
Long.
on the vote on the amendment.
Oh, yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
No.
Representative Ankerberg.
No.
Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
No.
Representative Kutab.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
Representative Barry.
No. With that, amendment, what was the number?
15 to 5.
15 to 5. Amendment 2023-2270 is added to House Bill 115. We are now on ought to pass as amendment. Is there discussion on the bill?
Yeah. There's an amendment that I'd like to propose.
Okay. I don't believe we can adopt two amendments if they compete. Is that correct? We can? Okay, we can adopt two amendments.
The second is prevailing,
The
correct?
that's a great question. Does anybody know? It looks like yes. It looks like the second would be prevailing. Okay. Do you have an amendment number?
Yes.
Howard?
2370H. So not 2270H, which we just looked at. 2370H.
However, could this get confusing? Is there a second? Seconded by Representative
Second.
Hamlet. It is. Once again, this is not going to be the day that they use as the example for how committee work is normally handled. This is a good day of weird things happening, recessing, coming in and out.
No, it does. It's added to the last section. Section 8. So if you
Change the primary to June then?
yes, it would be a June primary.
Do you have any more of these amendments?
I didn't.
Okay, we've got a move and second to Amendment 2023-2370H. Representative Howard, you moved this amendment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, fellow committee members. This amendment does change the original bill back to a June primary, to be clear. But in addition, it would also add the ability for the state to hold its primaries as a ranked choice eligible system if the party wants to opt in. This would only be for the races of governor and federal congressional offices, so that'd be CD2, CD1, and U.S. Senate. This is a bill that I think works for both sides of the aisle because A, it gets ranked choice voting, which is something that there are factions on both sides that do agree with it, as well as it gets a June primary, which I do agree there are some advantages of making a stronger, cohesive party when you're running at a top ticket level, like governor and congressional races. So it makes a lot of sense to allow for that party unity and have a more in-depth general election process. As for how this process would affect the general population, I think that it would be a good test to see whether or not ranked choice voting could be adopted further, or if we should yeah, that's correct. Sorry. But it would allow for the ability to test out ranked choice voting in a smaller setting that would not necessarily have the implications that would allow for longer election run times if we had lower ballot races available. So this is kind of a good happy medium, I think, as a starting point for ranked choice voting. And yeah, thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some comments. So the basic premise is that a candidate in a multi-candidate race must win over 50% of the total votes in their race. Okay? So it assures that no candidate can win with a small percentage of the votes. It is fully constitutional and better represents the will of the voters than the first past the post system that we use now. Ranked choice voting is also quicker and cheaper than runoff elections and has proven to result in better voter turnout. A party nominee who wins with a higher percentage of the primary votes will be a stronger general election candidate for the party than a nominee who only received a low percentage of the votes. Ranked choice voting is actually pro-liberty because it gives voters more choices in the candidates they vote for. And I would like to point out two things on page 6 of the amendment. Number 19, effective date. The effective date for the ranked choice voting portion of this amendment, is January 1st, 2026. The effective date of changing the primary to June would be 60 days after we pass the bill.
Thanks. Okay. Further discussion, Representative Bohm.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just passed an amendment 15-5 to change the date to August. Now we have another amendment to change the date back to June. I think probably this amendment that we have would leave what we had and not change the date back. So I have a problem with, is this correct? We have, how many amendments are we going to have to keep changing the date back and forth? We changed the date to August. Now we're trying to change it back to June. So can I make another amendment to change it back to August? I mean, this is getting, we shouldn't be doing
Is that a question? Is that a question of the chair or just a
just a
rhetorical question? Yes, Representative Katab.
I'm not sure that per current statute, the effective date on this statute would be legal. It would be in conflict with RSA 14:9-A Part 2G, where it says that it gives a list of the requirements for effective dates, and then you get down to the part where all other laws shall take effect 60 days after passage. The only law where you can do January 1st following passage is affecting judicial practice and procedure or establishing or eliminating criminal probation, civil causes of actions or remedies, or limitations of actions. So I don't think this would be in conflict with our statute for the effective date.
So there's a principle in legislative I don't know, process. One legislator cannot bind the hands of a future legislator. So the fact that the bill explicitly states the dates would override, because new laws override old laws, right? So it's kind of irrelevant that it's in conflict. It very well may be, but the fact that this bill states that date that cannot be held hostage by an older legislative body, which is obviously not necessary. So that point I believe would be moot because it explicitly says it. Now, if it didn't say it, I think you would have a point, but it does actually explicitly state it. That being said, I'm going to support this. I am not a fan of ranked choice voting. I've given many, many speeches about why I don't like ranked choice voting, but I have also said another thing, which is I'll do darn near anything to get to June. I will do darn near anything to get to June, and I appreciate Representative Hammond working with me on that. So you're going to see something you'll probably never see me do again, which is vote for ranked choice voting, because I love me some June. And I hope others will join me who also may like June. And I think this was a good kind of common ground. You also can't do ranked choice voting without moving the primary date, probably realistically to June, because you're not going to get those results very quickly. And that's Representative, the clerk is here to tell me what I've done entirely wrong. Mr. Clerk, do you want to, should I recess and go chat? All right, let me go and figure out what I've done wrong. We'll recess for 5 minutes. going to come back into order. I'm going to reopen the executive session for the House Election Law Committee. After consultation with the clerk who called the speaker has ruled Amendment 2023-2370H is non-germane to the underlying bill. I do, just for what it's worth, I disagree, but that's not my decision. It is ultimately the speaker's decision. So we are going to have to pull the amendment back because it is non-germane to the underlying bill. So we are back on the ought to pass amendment, ought to pass as amended with amendment. Ralph, Representative Bohm, excuse me, what's your amendment?
2270H.
2270H. So we are on to discussion on the bill as amended by 2270H. Is there discussion on the bill? Okay. Yes, no, maybe so. You look like you want to. No. Okay. I'll be voting against this. There's no point in sending over an August bill. It's going to get vetoed. I do believe there will be legislation coming forward from our friends across the wall to get something done on this matter that may actually be codified into law. But I don't, as I said earlier, I don't believe in spinning my wheels in the mud. And I definitely don't want to create more work for us on veto day. So with that, the clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Inkerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
No.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, yes, Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
No.
and Representative Barry.
No.
1, 2, 3,
Oh, God.
4, 7,
It's still 10-10?
No, it's not 10-10. There's no way. 13 to
13 to
7.
7.
They will. I'm telling you, they're going to write a book about today's day in election law. I swear to God. So with that, that'll be passed out as ought to pass as amended. Representative Bohm, you will be responsible for the committee report.
Who's gonna do the minority?
Yep, I'm going to figure that out.
I think you should write it.
I want to write the committee, the amendment, the minority report, but I'm the chairman, and it's usually inappropriate to write the minority report when you are the chair of the committee. I can write it. It's inappropriate to write it. So I need to find someone else who can write it. Representative Osborne, would you mind writing the minority report for us? I am sure you would.
Enthusiasm.
Okay, and with that, we only have one other bill. I'm going to close executive session on House Bill 115. And we are almost there, folks. That was 13 to 7.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I think June's just not meant to be.
Let a man
Springtime
let
dreams are
let the
fading.
man dream. Bro. Let me dream. Everybody, the weather in June's so lovely.
Dream just the bill. You can still dream.
Okay, we are now on to the last bill of the day. Thank God. House Bill 345 FN, enabling ranked choice voting for state primary elections and municipal elections. I believe there, Representative Hammond, you have an amendment, correct? Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm gonna get the right motion right. So can you make, Representative Hammond, can you please make a motion of ought to pass?
I move ought to pass.
Is there a
on
second?
House
Chairman?
Bill
Yes.
345.
Don't we have
Oh,
a,
I'm sorry.
an
Yes,
ITL
we
motion?
already have a motion. You are correct.
Oh, we have a motion.
we
Okay.
have an ITL. So,
Oh, we have an.
we have
oh,
an
it's
ITL. An ITL
All
motion
right.
was made. That is correct. We are on an ITL motion. I forgot we'd already
Okay.
taken this up.
Okay.
We haven't voted yet, and there's no amendments because it's an ITL motion. So what I think we need to do, so we can do one of two things. We can withdraw the motion of ITL, which is probably what I would recommend for the committee, so that we can honor each other's amendments, because that's a good way to work together, right? And then we can come back to an ITL motion should it be necessary. So I believe Representative Quayle, I believe you made the ITL motion, correct? Would you be willing to withdraw your ITL motion? I'm
What
sure.
are the implications of that?
The implications of that are it allows us to take up Representative Hamlet's amendment, because if we're on an ITL motion, we can't take up an amendment.
And so if I withdraw, what happens next?
I would allow Representative Hamlet to make her ought to pass motion and then bring forward her amendment. And then we can vote her amendment up or down, and then it'll be on an ought to pass as amended or not. And if that fails, then it would go back to an ITL motion, which would be where I imagine it would end up. You do not have to do that. We can take the ITL motion now if you would like. You can't force you to withdraw it.
Of course you can, but you're recommending that I withdraw it.
I'm recommending for, respecting your colleague's work, that we allow her to bring her amendment forward.
As a courtesy, I will withdraw the motion.
Okay, so we have no motion. Now we are back on an ought to pass motion from Representative Hamlet, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a second for her motion of ought to pass. Representative Howard seconds the motion. Representative Hamlet, do you have an amendment to House Bill 345?
I do have an amendment, but it's been corrected by OLS and it should be down here any minute.
Okay.
It's,
I'm going to recess for 60 seconds while I confer with the ranking member.
okay.
How transparent.
back. We are back. We have the amendment. Representative Hamlet.
Just a tie. Yeah.
Yeah, Representative Hamlet, would you like to introduce your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, it's amendment number 2023-2397H.
And Representative Howard, do you second the adoption of amendment?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
will.
Representative Hamlet, you may
Okay.
speak to your amendment.
Thank you. Okay, so this is an amendment to House Bill 345. House Bill 345 is an enabling bill for ranked choice voting. It would allow state political parties to use ranked choice voting for party primaries if they choose to. It would also allow cities and towns to use ranked choice voting for municipal elections if they choose to. And House Bill 345 explains the terms and procedures used in ranked choice voting elections. However, since ranked choice voting is still a new concept in New Hampshire, I am introducing this amendment to limit ranked choice voting to just municipal elections. Although ranked choice voting would be extremely useful in state party primaries, political parties would not be allowed to use ranked choice voting unless approved by another bill or if we pass House Bill 345 without this amendment. Use of ranked choice voting is expanding all over this country. It is a voting system that expands the ability for voters to have their voices heard. It is easy to use and easy to count. Some municipalities effectively have runoff elections in their municipal elections. The use of ranked choice voting could save them time and money with better turnout. And because we are a Dillon's Rule state, they cannot use ranked choice voting unless we pass House Bill 345 in order to enable municipalities to use ranked choice or to choose ranked choice voting for themselves. Some municipalities will opt in, some won't. It should be up to them and their voters. Training will be available to any cities and towns and citizens that seek help with implementation. If you believe that ranked choice voting is fully constitutional, as many courts have found, then vote to let cities and towns try it. If you believe that ranked choice voting eliminates vote splitting and the spoiler effect, then vote to let cities and towns try it. If you believe that ranked choice voting is fairer, then first past the post and better represents the will of the voters, then vote to let cities and towns try it. Ranked choice voting is a pro-liberty voting system. I can explain further if you have any questions.
Further statements or questions from the committee on Amendment 2023-239H, please limit your conversations to the amendment. Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members. The amendment to HB 345 really does allow municipalities to lower their costs significantly. I think that the Manchester mayoral race is a very good example of what we have now versus what it could potentially be. We had 4 candidates running in the Manchester race that have already gone through that primary stage, and we're now in their general election. That's basically a runoff. We could instead limit that to 1 election day rather than 2, which is a huge way to save money. And on top of that, it's something where we are not necessarily forcing the towns and municipalities to uptake this, but just giving them additional opportunities to choose the best way forward for themselves. Thank you.
Further comments on the amendment? Representative Weary.
Just a question. Does this provide for the publication or the revelation of the outcomes of each subsequent kind of ranked choice runoff? In other words, are you able to understand the progression through the voting of the algorithm?
To rephrase your question, are you asking, is there a public information campaign attached to this?
No, that was not the question. The question has to do with the results of, theoretically, the ranked choice voting goes through a series of runoffs via the ranked choice algorithm, And then, so the question is, what are the results of each tier in the algorithm? Is that made known so that you can see, okay, this didn't get first past the post or whatever it is, and then, you know, does it account for, you know, attrition due to people not completing all the rankings for the number of runoffs that occur, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just want to understand if people have transparency to what they're actually doing, because, you know, it sounds great, but if there's not any transparency as to what actually happened during the voting and the algorithm that ranked choice voting, you know, enabled the final outcome, then I object to this.
Representative Hamlet, would you like to answer the question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's fully transparent. The results are fully documented in each round of the voting in an easy to understand fashion, and everything is replicable. So yes, it's done openly and it's completely transparent and it's replicable.
Further questions, comments on the amendment? Representative Quayle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It'll be no surprise that since I oppose the original bill, that I also oppose this amendment, given its slight change from the original bill. I do respect I appreciate the interest in improving things on the part of the people working on this, but I just don't agree it'll be an improvement. I think it'll be a mistake. And my concerns revolve explicitly around questions of transparency and impartiality. I approach this whole question from the standpoint of the purpose of our election system, that ultimate purpose. I think we all agree that the legitimacy of our entire system of governments, local, state, federal, depends upon the consent of the governed. And the purpose of elections is to ensure we have the consent of the governed. And as I see it, in order to fulfill that purpose, our election system has to perform an accurate assessment of public sentiment on the questions and candidates at issue. And it has to do so in such a way that we preserve the trust and faith of the public that the outcomes of these elections are valid. And my focus is on that latter part, preserving the trust of the public. It's essential. And to me, preserving the trust of the public requires that our election processes be transparent, that they be impartial, and also that they produce an unambiguous victor in a timely fashion. And as I said a moment ago, my focus here is on transparency and impartiality. Regarding transparency, our current system of plurality wins the issue, wins the election. By transparency, I mean that the public can readily understand the processes. They don't even have to study them. That would be ideal. And in this case, with pluralities, we have that circumstance. The plurality approach to determining a winner can be reduced to a 3-word algorithm. Most votes wins. What's proposed in this bill and the amendment that we're discussing now, it's 4 pages of explanation required in the bill to educate people on how it works. Page and a half of that, like 52 lines, or I think I counted them, 17 definitions, which people would need to understand to fully understand the results as calculated by this method. And I think that is way too high a burden. I think that is a significant decrease in transparency. It's particularly when people on their own wish to check for themselves the result. Under our present system, all you need to do is look at the vote totals. There's no math required. You simply compare the vote totals for the different issues or candidates, and you know the result. You've validated it. That is very transparent. In my view, this change that's being proposed would be a very serious decrease in transparency, and such a decrease in transparency that to me, it is a fatal defect in the approach. Another aspect I'm concerned with has to do with impartiality. The proponents, I've read the literature from the proponents of this approach, and they explicitly present as a benefit that the system will then reward candidates who have a broader appeal to the electorate. That's how they phrase it. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of it. It's not up to the election system to reward candidates for any basis whatsoever. That's up to the voters. The election system needs to be strictly impartial with respect to candidates. Another example of decreased impartiality or lack of impartiality comes to another effect of RCV, which is cited as a benefit, which is it reduces the influence of what the proponents in the literature I've read, it was handed out to us at previous election law committee meetings, they refer to as spoiler candidates. I didn't see a definition, but from the examples given, I presume that that means candidates that receive low vote totals. Well, again, it's not up to the election system to reduce the influence of particular candidates on the outcome of an election whatsoever. That is strictly a function of the voters. So I consider that another fatal defect in terms of impartiality. With respect to this particular bill that has opt-in for municipal elections, it's my view that all voters, all citizens have the same rights, and they all have the same right to transparency and impartiality in their election system. If we adopted this, I believe that residents of some municipalities that chose to adopt it would be subject to a lessened exercise of those rights. And for those reasons, I do oppose this amendment.
Okay, further
Thank you.
discussion, and I believe, just for the sake of time, I believe everybody, we've debated, discussed RCV to extent, so I'm going to ask members to be brief going forward, because I think there are some members who are trying to depart. Representative Howard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address some of Representative Quayle's concerns. First of all, I just wanted to say that when it comes to the consent of the governed, when we are selecting somebody to be a representative, that is trying to get a majority of people voting. And if you can get a majority of people over 50% in your community to approve you, then you are meeting that consent. And that's what ranked choice voting helps do, because instead of having to lock people into party politics, it allows them to vote their conscience. And I mean, a lot of the time when we have these municipal races, they're nonpartisan to begin with. So it's, not necessarily trying to benefit one party or the other. It's just trying to allow for the greatest ability to come to a consensus amongst a group of people. For instance, I know that we mentioned first past the post. Let's take an election that say has 10 candidates to make it easy. All of them get about 10% of the vote. One candidate gets 11% of the vote and one candidate gets 9%. The candidate with 11% of the vote would end up winning the election. 90%, nearly 90% of people didn't vote for that person. And we're going to say that that's acceptable? I don't think that that's consent of the governed. I think that when we are talking about the system that we have right now, we're thinking about it in terms of it works for me, it's comfortable, but it doesn't always necessarily work best for the people. And that's what ranked choice voting is seeking to fix, because it's not just saying if there are too many candidates, then the pool is so diluted that, whoever you end up voting for could end up winning with a minimal percentage such as 11%. And that is why ranked choice voting is superior to first past the post. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the clerk. I'm going to end executive session on the amendment, and the clerk will call the roll. I don't believe we're going to move any farther forward.
Representative Bohm?
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
No.
Representative Quayle?
No.
Representative Ankerberg?
No.
Representative Burnham?
No.
Representative Wary,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Osborne,
Nope.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay, Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
and Representative Barry.
No. With that, Amendment 2023-2397 is failed to adopt. We are back on the motion of ought to pass. I believe debate on the underlying amendment, which failed, was probably sufficient. And without objection, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 345 FN.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Inkerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Wary,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Osborne,
No.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yeah.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
and Representative Barry.
No.
That
What's the-
is
12 to
12.
It's on a vote of 8 to 12. The ought to pass motion fails. Representative Quayle, you're recognized to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that HB 345 be found inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to second
Representative
that.
Weary seconds. Hearing no debate, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Rafter,
No.
Representative Barry,
Yes. And on a shocking,
also
12
to 8.
on a shocking 12 to 8 vote, the motion of inexpedient to legislate passes. Representative Quayle, you'll be responsible for the majority report. Representative Howard, would you like to do the minority report since I already gave one to Representative Hamlet?
Sure.
With no other bills on the correct, we've handled all the bills today. Just going to trust but verify this. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. With no other bills on the executive session to notice for today, I'm going to close today's meeting of the House Executive Session. I look forward to seeing you all in January. Thank you, guys.